Attention back in the barns. The National Western Committee is going to be rolling through the barns here this morning, pulling classes, and specifically right now, Class 1. Class 1 of Showmanship. We've got about 5 minutes left to showtime, so be looking for a committee member if you are in Class 1. On behalf of the National Western Stock Show, I'd like to welcome you to the 84th consecutive Catch a Calf program. A big welcome to those of you joining us through our webcast provided by liveauctions.tv. But before we start our show, we get to hear the most beautiful song that has ever been sung by our very own Catch a Calf participant, Abby Scholes. So please join me in singing our national anthem from Abby Scholes.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets reclaim the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Excellent. Thank you, Abby. So a little history as far as the National Western Catch a Calf show. This program started at the 1935 show. 10 calves were caught in the arena and taken home from the show to be finished for market. They returned to the show the following year to be placed on show ring appearance alone. After several years, rodeo calves were used for the actual calf catching at the stock show. The calves to be fed out were later supplied in the spring. Over the years, many improvements have been made, making the program more practical, teaching members to produce market beef efficiently and to keep good records. 40 outstanding youth in the program caught calves last year during one of the rodeo performances. Typically, participants meet their sponsors at a breakfast held in May and receive their calves afterwards. However, as with most things in 2020, this group of participants had a different experience. Participants picked their steers up in their respective state, thanks in part to the generous assistance of many people that stepped up to make that happen. So to say the least, 2020 has been a unique year for these participants right from the start. The youth are responsible for feeding, care, and management of the calves from May until they show at the National Western today. The participants have been in possession of their animals for a total of 236 days. During this time, each youth writes their sponsor monthly, informing them of the progress of their calf and other activities they are involved in. A sponsor's role is supplying the funding for an exhibitor's calf and giving them guidance throughout the project. A very close relationship develops between the youth and their sponsor as the year goes on, and often these youth even make lifelong connections with their sponsors. Many of our sponsors have been involved in the program for several years, and we'd like to thank each and every one of them at this time. And as Class 1 lines up for our showmanship contest, all Catch a Calf participants are automatically entered into the showmanship phase of this educational experience. Showmanship is unique because it allows the exhibitors to stand out with their animals' preparedness, knowledge of the industry, and competitive spirit. A well-prepared showman spends hours in the barn working with their animal, and today is a chance to showcase all of that effort. All showmanship classes were broken by age and will be showing oldest to youngest. Class winners will be giving a belt buckle sponsored by the SLW Ranch. Our showmanship judge today is Dr. Sam Cunningham, and we'll get to her bio here momentarily. The purpose of showmanship is to present the animal in a manner that will develop the most favorable impression for the judge. Showing properly is an important part of any livestock project. As we just mentioned, our showmanship judge here this morning is Dr. Sam Cunningham. She's an assistant professor of animal sciences at Colorado State University, where she teaches undergraduate animal science courses with emphasis on hands-on learning and livestock experience. Sam's newest responsibility at Colorado State is coordinating the CSU Seed Stock program that involves students in the merchandising and management of the university's Angus and Hereford cow herds. The students on the CSU Seed Stock team are responsible for managing a show string that is exhibited in the yards during the National Western Stock Show, coordinating and managing a booth at the National Cattlemen's Beef Association annual convention and trade show, working with the Colorado beef industry, as well as planning and executing an on-campus production sale each spring. These students also spend time in the classroom analyzing with data, marketing materials, time on the university's teaching farm working with livestock, and time in the field networking with producers and industry professionals. Sam grew up on her family's farming and ranching operation in western Nebraska, where the primary production focus at that time was purebred Gelbvieh seed stock with the integration of corn, wheat, and hay production. Today, they continue to produce corn and hay, although the cow herd has taken a commercial focus. While at home, she showed cattle, sheep, and hogs and judged livestock in 4-H, and was very active in state and national junior Gelbvieh associations. A livestock judging career at Clarendon College and Texas Tech inspired her to pursue graduate degrees in animal breeding and beef production from Texas A&M University. Following graduate school, she spent time working in industry, managing data and registrations for a large seed stock producer in Texas. Prior to teaching at CSU, she was on faculty at Western Illinois University, where she taught animal science courses, managed an on-campus bull test, and coordinated the school's beef cattle teaching herd. Since coming home, Sam has been able to play a more contributing role to her family's operation and continues to be active in the agriculture and beef industries. If you would please join me in thanking Dr. Sam Cunningham for sorting through our showmanship here this morning. Within Class 1 of Showmanship this morning, we have Charles Jones from Cottonwood Falls, Kansas, Mary Amoroso from Lakewood, Colorado, Blake Bruns from North Platte, Nebraska, Natalie Parks from Calhoun, Colorado, Zoe Sneed from Fort Morgan, Colorado, Abby Scholes from Loomis, Nebraska, Nicholas Haley from Firestone, Colorado, Evan Clark, Wheat Ridge, Colorado, Evan Smith from Cheyenne, Wyoming, Trinity Bolger from Craig, Colorado, Hayden Heiser from Evansville, Wyoming, and lastly, Lily Vermeer from Byers, Colorado.
chased a girl to New Orleans.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you to all of you who I kept. Guys, I can't. Okay, let's try one more time. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I didn't expect that to take that long, but I had great conversations with all of these young people. They answered their questions very well. And so our ranking here is not only how they showed and presented their calf all morning, but I did put a lot of weight onto how well they answered their questions, not only how accurately, but how confidently. So there is continued evidence that the Catch a Calf program is good. And it's good for our young people because these folks have learned a lot from this project. So congratulations to all of you for doing something really big and really great in a really tough year. So be sure to thank, and I know you have, your folks and the folks here at National Western and your sponsors and the breeders of these calves because they did something huge for you. And you had something super fun to focus on when there was some other really hard stuff happening. So I applaud every one of you for completing the project and for learning a lot about beef cattle and about yourself this year. So good job to all of you and congratulations and good luck this afternoon. This morning in our oldest division of exhibitors, I'm gonna go with the young lady in the green sweater for our first place and the young man here in the striped shirt in second place. They both presented their calves very well. They knew where I was all the time, and they answered their questions probably the best of anyone. So congratulations to both of you and good luck this afternoon.
Results of Class 1 of our showmanship contest here this morning. 12th is Charles Jones. 11th, Evan Clark. 10th is Lily Vermeer. 9th, Evan Smith. 8th, Hayden Heiser. 7th, Nicholas Haley. 6th, Zoe Sneed. 5th, Mary Amoroso. 4th is Trinity Bolger. 3rd is Natalie Parks. And 2nd is Blake Bruns from North Platte, Nebraska. And in first place is Abby Scholes from Loomis, Nebraska. Coming in next will be Class 2 of our showmanship. That's Abby Bernhardt from Hudson, Colorado. Alice Zuber from Fairplay, Colorado. Faith Miller from Mullen, Nebraska. Tyler Thompson from Blair, Nebraska. Wyatt Jarman from Rosette, Wyoming. Lacey Jo Conon from Creighton, Nebraska. Jaden Clevin from Laramie, Wyoming. Canyon Cathcart, from Holly, Colorado. Logan Stockton from Cheyenne, Wyoming. Delaney Newby from Loveland, Colorado. And Erica Morrison from Cimarron, Kansas.
a great job. Also, for those of you in the stands, there are some great stories in this class between the exhibitors and their calves. So, congratulations to all of you for pulling off a really cool project in a really hard year. And there are some of you that have replacement calves, and there's a young lady in here that had a sick calf, and they've had some setbacks and they're still here. So, congratulations to every one of you. I liked hearing all of your stories. Also, the answers to my questions were great, and that's probably what split hairs between a lot of you. So, nice job. Congratulations on a good project, and you're all very knowledgeable on your project. So, congratulations to all of you. These two young ladies will be first and second. The young lady in the pink shirt will be our class winner, and then the young lady in the plaid shirt, I believe it is, will be second.
Results of Class 2 of our Showmanship contest. 11th place, Abby Bernhardt. 10th, Jaden Clevin. 9th, Faith Miller. 8th, Alice Zuber. 7th, Logan Stockton. 6th, Delaney Newby. 5th, Canyon Cathcart. 4th, Wyatt Jarman. 3rd is Tyler Thompson. 2nd is Lacey Joe Condon from Creighton, Nebraska. And in first place is Erica Morrison from Cimarron, Kansas. We'll welcome in our final class of showmanship here this morning. Class 3, Caden Lair from Yoder, Colorado. Michaela Gilbert from Wiggins, Colorado. Ivory Lorimore from Delta, Colorado. Andrew Eben from Castle Rock, Colorado. Cale Churches from Laramie, Wyoming. Clay White from Pierce, Nebraska. Braden Lorimore from Delta, Colorado. Taylor Seeley from Brighton, Colorado. Bria Mills from Yoder, Wyoming. Wyatt Harrison from Basin, Wyoming. Cadence Dyer from Wellington, Colorado. And Caden Lair from Yoder, Colorado. Once again, for those of you that are just recently joining us, our judge for our showmanship contest here this morning is Dr. Sam Cunningham, and she is an assistant professor of animal sciences at Colorado State University, where she teaches undergraduate animal science courses with an emphasis on hands-on learning and livestock experience. Sam's newest responsibility at Colorado State is coordinating the CSU Seed Stock program that involves students in the merchandising and management of the university's Angus and Hereford cow herds. The students on the CSU Seed Stock team are responsible for managing a show string that is exhibited in the yards during the National Western Stock Show, coordinating and managing a booth at the National Cattlemen's Beef Association annual convention and trade show, working with the Colorado beef industry, as well as planning and executing an on-campus production sale each spring. These students also spend time in the classroom analyzing with data and marketing materials, time on the university's teaching farm working with livestock, and time in the field networking with producers and industry professionals. Sam grew up on her family's farming and ranching operation in western Nebraska, where the primary production focus at that time was purebred Gelbvieh seed stock with the integration of corn, wheat, and hay production. Today, they continue to produce corn and hay, although the cow herd has taken a commercial focus. While at home, she showed cattle, sheep, and hogs and judged livestock in 4-H, and was very active in state and national junior Gelbvieh associations. A livestock judging career at Clarendon College and Texas Tech inspired her to pursue graduate degrees in animal breeding and beef production from Texas A&M University. Following graduate school, she spent time working in industry, managing data and registrations for a large seed stock producer in Texas. Prior to teaching at Colorado State, She was on faculty at Western Illinois University, where she taught animal science courses, managed an on-campus bull test, and coordinated the school's beef cattle teaching herd. Since coming home, Sam has been able to play a more contributing role in her family's operation and continues to be active in agriculture and beef industries. Once again, we thank our showmanship judge, Dr. Sam Cunningham from Fort Collins, Colorado.
Okay, we made it. So, congratulations to this group. I think this is our youngest group of showmen this morning. They did a really good job. There's a lot of folks in this group that this might be the first time they're showing a calf, and they've done a really good job. And there's some that I asked that I was surprised that it was the first time they're showing a calf. So, everyone out here did a really nice job. I asked them most of the same questions I asked the middle group, and they handled them very well. And that's actually what's going to separate our top two. Is the young man is going to be our first place, and the young lady is going to be second place in this group, because his answers to the production type questions were right on target. So nice job understanding the production functions and your record books of this particular project. Both of your calves were presented very well. Both of you did a great job paying attention to where I was and keeping them on display. But all of you, I gave a few things to work on and some things that you were doing really well. So good luck to you in class this afternoon. And congratulations to every one of you for doing a cool thing in a really weird year. Okay? So good job, and go have fun with the second part of the show.
Results of Class 3 of Showmanship. 11th place, Braden Lormore. 10th, Ivory Lormore. 9th, Andrew Eben. 8th, Taylor Seeley. 7th, Michaela Gilbert. 6th, Bria Mills. 5th, Cadence Dyer. 4th, Clay White. 3rd, Cale Churches. 2nd, Wyatt Harrison from Basin, Wyoming. And in first place is Caden Lair from Yoder, Colorado. We're going to take about a 10-minute break and then move into our live placing phase. Today there are 4 classes which have been divided by the weight of the calves. The average weight of the 34 steers was 1,355 pounds. The steers are all Angus and Charolais cross steers purchased from Wagon Hammer Ranch of Albin, Nebraska. Lining up the steers is our judge, Matt Lewis, and we will get to that biography here momentarily. where they specialize in selling commercial bulls and Pioneer seed products. Matt grew up in Northeast Colorado and attended Northeastern Junior College and Colorado State University, where he was extremely competitive at both institutions on their livestock judging teams. He received his master's degree in beef cattle management and ruminant nutrition from the University of Minnesota, where he also served as the assistant livestock judging coach. Matt and his wife Wendy returned to Colorado to pursue their love for agriculture and raising purebred Angus and Limousin seed stock. They have 4 daughters who have grown up showing in junior livestock programs, and they are firm believers in educating youth through these avenues. Matt has been blessed with the opportunity to judge at numerous national and junior steer and heifer shows. Matt has shown and judged at the National Western Stock Show and has served as a ringman for the National Western Junior Livestock Sale, and he appreciates the opportunity to be at Stock Show to support the Catch a Calf program today. Folks, if you would please help me in welcoming and thanking Mr. Matt Lewis of iLift, Colorado for sorting through our live placing classes. Within Class 1, we have Braden Lorimore with a steer weighing 1,006 pounds, and his sponsor is Kenny Burns with Colorado Elks Foundation. Ivory Lorimore weighing 1,008 pounds. Her sponsor is Rex Emmons and the Colorado Elks Association. As well as Brett and Marge Ginther, Dylan Mortensen. Excuse me, I skipped a line. That's Evan Clark's sponsor. His steer weighs 1,099 pounds. And his sponsor is Brett and Marge Ginther, Dylan Mortensen, and Peyton Huss. Next is Andrew Eben. His steer weighs 1,144 pounds. Pat and Kathy Shaw, Shaw Resources LLC, are his sponsors. Alice Zuber with a steer weighing 1,166 pounds. Her sponsor is Jeff Weichman family and Jeff Narlin and Chelsea Vineyard. Faith Miller with a steer weighing 1,196 pounds. Her sponsor is John and Sally Corkle and Tima McIntosh. And our final exhibitor within this particular class, in Class 1, with a steer weighing 1,252 pounds, this is Hayden Heiser. His sponsor is Jeff Vogel, Vogel and Associates, and the Rawa Ranch.
our second trip to Catch a Calf, and the first time I wrote a poem for that one as well. But it was a little tough for us for the first year we came out here. So my dad had to read it for us. So I'm going to hope to try to get through this myself tonight. This is called Catch Another Calf. Our oldest caught a calf back when everything was normal. Social distancing and masks were not a must. But Logan's turn came early in the year of the pandemic, and since then we've had to work hard to adjust. Early in the year, when Logan said he'd like to try, his mom and I were pleasantly surprised. He's stepping up and trying things he's never done before. And now we get a Catch a Calf surprise. A Catch a Calf reprise. We made our way to Denver on a January day with absolutely no idea of how a virus soon would make its way across the briny sea and turn our sense of normal upside down. We thought at first we'd only have a couple weeks of Rona, but that was wishful thinking looking back. It wasn't long until it seemed that everything was nixed. Reality had somehow jumped the track. Schools were closed and kids were home before the summer break. But nothing seemed to slow the virus down. We had no milk or toilet paper, eggs or 409, and we had to wear a mask to go to town. Then rodeos got canceled and we wondered if we'd see the stock show make it through this thing intact. But Clancy told us Catch a Calf would happen after all. Her team assured us it would not be sacked. So Logan got his steer in May and named the critter Greg, and soon he even had a halter on. One good thing about the quarantine was being home all day gave Greg and Logan time to really bond. Summer days spent washing Greg and teaching him to lead gave way to fall and early winter storms. But sun or snow, they spent their time together in the pasture. Working with that steer became the norm. The New Year's here, and now we're back in Denver for the show, although it's much reduced because of COVID. We've been here once before, and so we know the joy and sorrow of these final days we'll have with this here bovid. But what we'll all remember of this journey that we've taken, dedication, grit, and strength, and follow through. We've seen from Clancy, Molly, Amy, Logan, Greg, and others. It's made us grow from what we've had to do. We'll bid goodbye today to friends we'll hope to see again, and give these steers a final pat farewell. But we've survived Corona, and these kids have made us proud. The lessons that we've learned will serve us well. I'm speaking for myself here, but I'm sure I'm not alone. My dread of change has all but been eroded. The 2020 Catch a Calf has been a crazy ride, but I'd do it all again without the COVID.
Outstanding. Thank you, Ty, for that. An awesome poem. While we have a minute here as well, we'd certainly like to thank the following sponsors of calves that didn't make it to the ring today, and that's Daryl Christensen, Waddell and Reed Incorporated, Jim and Kate Curtis, the Kiwanis Club of Lakewood, Bob Denny, Ryan Anderson, Joey Kuzmano, Colorado Elks Association of Arvada, Peggy, Dan, and Rachel Pruda, Lakewood Elks Lodge, number 1777, Ben Duke, the Denver Ag and Livestock Club, Kent Dawkins, Van Schack and Land Company, Scott Johnson, Flying Diamond Ranch, Jeanette Rogers, Golden Elks Lodge 2740, Lauren Eccles, and Idaho Springs Elks. Once again, we thank those sponsors a great deal. And I believe here soon we'll get comments from our judge, Matt Lewis.
Test. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to have the opportunity to be here today and to just be a part of this event. And I personally want to just thank all of those here at the National Western for making sure that this came to fruition. And I know there's been a lot that's went into this, and I think you young exhibitors that are out here, make sure that as you leave the ring and when you leave Denver, that you make sure that you tell all these folks exactly a big thank you for what they've been doing. We've got a really nice set of calves out here to start with. We're going to go through those and talk about them. I've left two out here. We're just going to place each one of the classes. So we'll try to have a little suspense here, as we go through this. So want to try to do that. But sure want to congratulate all of these individuals for being here and for the hard work that they put into this. Two steers out here that I like quite a bit, actually. I think they're both kind of industry type cattle. Kind of from that 1,250 to 1,200 pound range here as you study those two. Quite different too in terms of their type and kind, and so you can make some switches and some differences here. The thing that I like about both of these individuals is they've been fed well. They really handle good down their top. As you study them in terms of their fat cover, I think they've got the potentially to get into the choice grade here as we study them. And both steers that have some muscle and some thickness to them. The steer that the young lady's showing, one that sure muscular in terms of his shape and his kind. You really like the expression, the dimension of muscle to his top and over his loin edge. I think he comes a little wider and square from hooks to pins as I study him. Maybe a little more shape as you study him too on the side there from his stifle and lower quarter. One that maybe not quite as deep bodied, but one that sure balances well as you study him, and she's done a real nice job of presenting him. The steer that the young man's showing is just kind of a really good production-oriented steer from my standpoint. One that's super long-bodied, long-hipped, one that has got a lot of carcass quality and carcass value to him just from the standpoint that he handles extremely well down his top and over his last rib. He's not quite as neat made up through his front end maybe. This young man does a tremendous job of trying to show that out of him though. He's always got his head up, does a nice job. Tremendous length of hip in this one, and I think just kind of at the right stage in terms of being one as we take him on to market and hitting us in the choice grade. So two really nice steers here. I'm going to elect to use the young man steer for our champion in this class, and then we'll follow with the young lady steer in second. Give them a nice hand if you would, please. Then we've got some other steers that I think have a tremendous amount of quality, and I think the individual that kind of comes into the third hole does kind of just by default really, because he is a steer that has some fat thickness as you handle him over his top. He's a steer that sure has some muscle shape as you study him on the side profile. A steer that probably in terms of the group just balances really well. One that as I compare him to those two steers above him, just not quite as much fat cover over that last rib in this one. Maybe just like to see him a little further along in terms of his market readiness at this particular stage, but that steer balances real well. The young man's done a nice job there. Steer that comes out in fourth is one that probably excels the steer directly above him just in terms of his market readiness. One that handles with a little more fat cover down his top and over his last rib. You can see more pone working in this steer as you study him. One that just doesn't balance quite as well for me. He's a little nondescript in terms of his muscle shape as you study him on the side profile. This young lady's done a real nice job of feeding that one. Congratulations, hon. Then we've got four steers, I think, that kind of round out the end of this particular class that all could use more condition as we study them. The young man steer here we're going to use in the fifth hole, one that I think balances just a little bit better. He's a little bit more up-headed, a little leveler and squarer to his top, but a steer, again, as we study him, could sure use a little more fat cover. This young lady's steer that comes out next is another steer that balances quite well. He's a little more nondescript in terms of his muscle shape, especially as you study him through his stifle. She's sure done a nice job of presenting this one here today. Young man coming out next, one that sure has some shape as you study him right across his loin edge, one that's sure long-bodied and long-hipped. Sure like to change him just a little bit from his balance standpoint. And then the steer that rounds out our class, probably the lightest conditioned steer in the class, which is probably the biggest detriment, and but one that really is long-bodied and long-hipped as you study them. So if you would please, ladies and gentlemen, give all of your exhibitors in your first class of steers here a real nice round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Results of Class 1. 8th place, Andrew Eben, 7th, Evan Clark. 6th, Ivory Lormore. 5th, Braden Lormore. 4th, Alice Zuber. 3rd, Evan Smith, which actually I missed earlier when we were announcing the class. His sponsor is Bruce Snyder, GH Phipps Construction Company. So we thank those sponsors. 2nd in that class is Faith Miller, and 1st is Hayden Heiser. We'll bring in Class 2 of our Market Steer Show here this morning. Nicholas Haley with steer weighing 1,271 pounds. Nicole, Jeremy, and Jim and Ellen DeBacher are his sponsors. Wyatt Jarman with a steer weighing 1,271 pounds. His sponsors are Jim Kramers and Mark Moen with the Wyoming Elks past presidents. Lily Vermeer, Kevin and Sandy Turchek, and Stacked Lazy 3 are her sponsors. Delaney Newby with a 1,330-pound steer. David Day, Evergreen Elks, Don Treese, and Central City Elks are her sponsors. Tyler Thompson with a steer weighing 1,334 pounds. Kent Vance and the Colorado Elks Association are his sponsors. Charles Jones with a 1,343-pound steer. John Brown, Wilcoxon and Brown are his sponsors. Caden Lair with a 1,345-pounder. Tim Roberts and the Broken Box Ranch are those sponsors. And then Trinity Bolger with a 1,345-pound steer. Joe Adams is the sponsor of that calf. We'd certainly also like to thank other contributing sponsors to the Catch a Calf program. That's Don Norgren, Doctors Mike and Lori Scott, and Rob DeLine. Thank you guys very, very much for sponsoring the Catch a Calf program. We'd also like to mention that this evening at 5 p.m., an auction of all 35 steers will be held. The 2 participants selected at the conclusion of today's show as the overall Grand and Reserve Grand Champion National Western Catch a Calves will receive the honor of being auctioned off in person this evening. They are selected based on a point system, which includes record book, sponsor relations, interview, production phase, live placing, showmanships, and deadlines met, with a total possible score of 160 points. The 2 calves must have placed in the top 4 of live placing. The remaining 32 steers will receive a set amount and a buyer arranged in advance by the Junior Auction Committee. With 2020 being as unique as it was, we are fortunate to be able to provide these exhibitors with the earnings for their hard work. Applications for the 2021-2022 Catch a Calf program are still being accepted. Youth from Colorado, Wyoming, Kansas, and Nebraska have until January 15th to apply. Participants must be between 12 and 18 as of December 31st of 2020. A drawing will be held to select the 40 participants who will receive their calves in May and show them here in January of 2022 at the 116th National Western Stock Show. The application can be found on the National Western Livestock Show livestock website.
That switch is laid in there pretty tight, and I can't, with show oil on my hand, I can't get that thing to go up. But okay, good class here in our second class. Left these 3 steers out here. Young man, if you could bring him back kind of a little bit, maybe. We'll not try to get too spread out there, but I thought maybe we'd just discuss these 3 as we get into the second class, and then we can put some final placings on it. The steer that this young man's pulling right here, calf that really balances nice. I think as you kind of study him, he's, you know, I know that there's a lot of luck in the draw in the Catch It Calf program, and this young man happened to find one or get drawn one that kind of's got a little bit of a show steer look to him. He's got a really nice front end as you study him, really long and extended up through his front end. He's really tight and neat at the top of his shoulder. And I think one that as you get him set into motion probably is good at the ground and just the way he travels as any as well. One that's super long-bodied down his top. He's big-hipped. I think he's adequate in terms of the amount of condition he's got on him. I'd take a little bit more if I could, but that's a pretty nice steer right there that this young man's got. So the steer that the young lady in yellow is showing here in this second hole or in the middle here, really a nice kind of just good feeding steer right here. One that's got a lot of body and shape in him, one that's got a big top in him, really extended and long down his top and out of his hip, and one that I think sure is adequate at the ground as well. Again, if I could just maybe give him just a little bit more over that last rib, I think we could stand that. One that as we get him set into motion, maybe we'd just like to have him handle those hind 2 just a little bit more athletic. But that's really a nice, long-bodied, real practical kind of steer there that this young lady's showing. And the young man here that's directly in front of me, this calf, heaviest calf in this class, pretty interesting when you start to study him just in terms of his body type and his kind. He's a little quicker maturing steer. You notice as you compare him to those 2 steers that are up above here to my right, one that's not nearly as long-bodied but super thick as you study him. He's got a lot of shape, and it comes right out of his shoulder, really big and square right there across his loin edge, and one that's really big and square out of his hip with a lot of muscle shape to him. I really appreciate how this steer handles too. I think he's the most advanced in his condition at this point in time, probably as market ready as any. If I could change him, I'd just like to lengthen him out and kind of make him a little bit more extended, just give him a little bit more balance as we study him on the side profile. But there's a lot of good carcass merit in that. So we get those 3. I think there's kind of a combination steer to start with, one that balances extremely well. This young man will be our champion in this class, first place. Really a nice calf there, young man. I appreciate that. I'm going to follow with the young man directly over here for second, young man, if you'll bring that steer out. Really like the carcass merit in this one and just where he is in terms of being at an end point. And then we'll follow in third place with this young lady's steer. She's done a tremendous job of showing this one, and really one that I think's got a lot of length and a lot of quality to him as well. As we come into the fourth position, this young lady's got a nice steer as well. He doesn't balance quite as well for me as I study him and compare him maybe to the 3 above him. One that's just a little bit bigger in his makeup again. One that sure has some muscle shape working in him. Again, I'd like to see him with just a little bit more fat over that last rib. One coming into the next position, one that as you study him on the move, just doesn't balance quite as well. He wants to get tied up a little bit at the ground, just not quite as up-headed maybe. One that's sure adequate maybe in terms of the amount of condition that he's got on him, but then just a little bit plainer as we study him on the side. Next young man steers another good steer, a steer that sure has some muscle shape working in him. One that, as we study him, just doesn't balance quite as well for me today. He gets a little bit shorter up through his front end, just like to extend him from that way. But this young man's sure done a nice job of feeding that one and getting him to a correct end point. Then we come with another steer here, a steer that I think's got some muscle working in him, especially as you study him down his top and out of his hip. He's just a little harder to touch, especially up through that forerib and last rib for me, and that's kind of why he needs to go there. And then the young lady steer here coming again, another really long body type of steer, one that's just not quite as base wide maybe as some above it. Again, my concern with this particular individual is just whether he's got enough fat cover over his last 2. But really another high quality set of steers, high quality set of young people. Please give them a nice hand if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Results of Class 2. Eighth place, Lily Vermeer. And I do want to apologize. I mispronounced her sponsors earlier, and that is Kevin and Sandy Tariq, as well as the Stack Lazy 3 Ranch. Seventh place, Nicholas Haley. Sixth, Wyatt Jarman. Fifth, Charles Jones. Fourth, Delaney Newby. Third, Trinity Bolger. Second, Caden Lair. And first place is Tyler Thompson. Move right into Class 3. This is Erica Morrison, and her sponsors are Daniel Venegas and Excel Energy. Jaden Clevin, her sponsors are Dan and Sherry Reynolds family. Wyatt Harrison, with sponsors of Bruce Smart and the Colorado Elks Association. Abby Bernhardt, with sponsors of Susie Wallert, National Western Stock Show Volunteers. Natalie Parks, with sponsors of Ronald Carpenter and the Colorado Elks Association. Taylor Seeley, with Tom and Kathy Kostelke as her sponsors. Bria Mills, with David Webster and J and K Anderstrom as sponsors. Kenyon Cathcart, with sponsors of Trina and Kirby Clayman and the Dry Creek Livestock Incorporated. And Mary Amoroso, with sponsors of Miss Sue Ann Schutz Rogers and the Ann Schutz Family Foundation.
Well, this class it got a lot of quality in it. If you go clear down to the bottom of this class, steers that I think have sure got some place in the industry for sure, and there's a lot of difference in terms of experience out here as I've got to talk with these kids. But you know, that's kind of the fun part of this, is just kind of getting what you get and doing the best job you can with it. So the three steers we've left out here, I think, are just steers to me that just balance a little bit better. I think they're just a little bit better at the ground in terms of their structural makeup as you study them. And then I think they're cattle that also are just a little bit more on target in terms of fat and condition for, you know, for going to harvest than where we would be with some of these other cattle down the line. So the young lady out here with the kind of pink shirt on, really a nice calf if you study this one. He balances extremely well. He's got a really nice look from the side. As you study him in terms of his muscle shape, he comes right out of the top of his shoulder with a lot of expression, comes straight down his top into a nice big hip, and one that sure has some shape to him. You get your hands on him and he handles extremely well. I really like the way he handles up through his forerib, over his last and over that last rib. And one that, you know, if you could change him a bit, you know, you get him set into motion. Sometimes he wants to drop a little bit at these pins, maybe just get a nickel under him behind. But there's one that's just right on target from the standpoint of being one that balances well, but also being one that's got some muscle in him, so and correctness of condition. So I like that one quite a bit here in this drive. The young lady here in the middle, this steer really, really handles nice. You get your hands on him, he's really mellow and good to the touch as you handle him down his top and over his last rib. One that's super long-bodied. You just love the length of body, length of hip in this one. He's not the most expressive in terms of his muscle. One, though, that when you get him set into motion, he hits and handles the ground extremely well. He balances pretty good. Maybe clean him and tighten him up through his front end. But that's a pretty good kind of feeding steer right there. She's done a real nice job of presenting him as well. Now, this calf that's to my left, you folks is on that side right, you got to kind of study this one to kind of get through what this one's all about. But I think when you kind of get there and then you get your hands on this one and you feel the muscle shape in this one, you can see that expression and thickness out of the top of his hip, one that's got some shape to his lower quarter, one that handles well too. I really like the way this calf handles down his top and over his last rib. She's done a real nice job of getting this one fed. So from that standpoint, I think that's a really nice package right there. He's a little plainer fronted maybe doesn't balance quite as well for us on the side, but one that's kind of in target in terms of where he needs to be in terms of carcass merit at this particular endpoint. So I think we've got three really nice steers out here. The one that I really like is this young lady. You'll be first in this class, honey. I think he just does a nice job of putting carcass, structure, balance, and muscle all together in a real nice place. I think you've got a little bit of a challenge here. These two cattle are a little bit different in terms of type and kind. The one I'm going to select is the young lady to my left. If you'll come out and be second, hon. I think this one's just got some real natural muscle shape working in him. I really like the way he handles down his top and over that last rib, and she's done a real nice job of showing him as well. Good job. And then we'll use this young lady for third in this class. As we discussed him, he's a really long-bodied, good pattern kind of steer. Maybe could be a little bit better up through his front end, but there's one that she's done a tremendous job of feeding, and I think just a really nice top trio here, so to speak, as we go from there. This steer coming out next is one that's a little plainer on the side, one that you know, you kind of got to get through him a little bit, but one that handles good. I get some good indication of pone fat in this one, some good cod fat in this one. I think he's probably kind of next in line for being one that's right to go to harvest at this particular stage of the game. One that we could thicken up a little bit, but sure one that's kind of right in the ballpark in terms of where he needs to be from an end point. This young lady's steer coming out next, if he had just a notch more fat on him, I think we could move him up the line significantly, because I really like the balance and the kind of this one. He's really long and extended through his front end. I love his length of spine as you start at the point of his shoulder and come all the way to his pins. Really a long-bodied steer. really like the muscle shape in this calf as well. He's just a nickel hard to the touch for me, really. And so at this stage, you're kind of trying to figure out if he's going to get into that choice grade. If he does, perfect. But he's just a little hard to the touch for me, so that's kind of where we have to leave him in that position. Then we come to this next steer, and he's kind of on the other side of the spectrum. This one, this young man's done a really nice job of feeding this one, and this one's got fat. I mean, he is fat. So, we're pushing some upper numerical yield grades with this one probably, but sure one that's hopefully going to get us into the choice grade. He balances pretty good, as you study him on the side. He's straight lined. He's a little clean up through, longer, more extended through his neck up there. Just one that's a little over conditioned for me at this particular stage. But I think enough fat maybe to get him into choice where some of the steers below him just don't have quite enough. I like the freshness of the steer that comes out next, young lady, if you want to start him out. One that's sure a long-bodied, kind of practical, easy-feeding type of steer. One that's just a little harder to touch again for me as I get on that last rib up over through his forerib. And one that maybe just doesn't balance quite as well for me as well. Then we've got a big yellow steer here. This calf's got, his end point is he's going to be a big one, but one that, has some muscle working in him. Again, just like to see him a little softer over that last rib, but one that we could sure balance maybe a little bit better too, but sure has some muscle working in him from that standpoint. This young lady, she's coming out next. I told her not to be discouraged where she's at. She's done a very, very nice job of presenting this calf. She's got a smile on her face and is really enjoying this project. And this is what this is all about, giving a young lady like that an opportunity to be able to show cattle. This one just a little harder to touch again, maybe not quite as safe into the choice grade, but she's doing a great job. So give all your exhibitors in this class a real nice round of applause if you would. Thank you.
Those comments from our judge, Matt Lewis. Results of Class 3. 9th place, Jaden Clevin. 8th, Mary Amoroso. 7th, Abby Bernhardt. 6th, Canyon Cathcart. 5th, Bria Mills. 4th, Taylor Seeley. 3rd, Wyatt Harrison. 2nd, Natalie Parks. And in first place is Erica Morrison. That will lead us into our final class of the day, Class 4, with Logan Stockton, with sponsors of Dick and Sharon Lynch and Don and Cindy Fredrickson. Cale Churches, with sponsors of the Wanaka family. Zoe Sneed, with Mark Art and the Colorado Elks Association as sponsors. Abby Scholes, with sponsors of Anderson family and Jeff Blair, as well as the Adams County Farm Bureau. Cadence Dyer, with sponsor of Dr. John Matsushima. Blake Bruns, with sponsors of Mike and Eve Pugh. Clay White, with sponsors of Chip and Joanna Meston and 15 Mile Ranch.
Well, this is our final class of the day, and really another high-quality set of livestock as well as high-quality set of kids. And before we go ahead and talk about this last class, I just would like all of you to kind of look around and realize the opportunity we've been given here today to be here. And I'd like you to put together a real nice round of applause for the staff and those individuals that have been a major part of this happening here, because I know with some of the restrictions in the city of Denver, this has not been easy. So put your hands together for everybody here, if you would, please. My hat's off to you guys, National Western. Thank you. We appreciate it. It's been a great event, and I know these young people definitely appreciate the opportunity to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, we live in kind of an interesting time, don't we? But there's still, this is the future of our country right here that's out here in front of us. I've got young people out here that have never shown a steer before. Actually, I think I've got a young man that probably likes showing hogs a lot better than steers, don't we? He's standing down there. I got a smile out of him. But that's what this is all about, isn't it? It's about junior livestock. That's one of the best ways to be able to develop character, to be able to develop work ethic, and to be able to develop these young people into the men and women that we need them to be into the future. And the way it looks to me, we need them. We're going to need them to stand tall, and we're going to need them to be brave as well. So just really appreciate being here, having the opportunity. Clancy, thank you for asking me. I really appreciate it, and just the hospitality here at the National Western. So the young lady here in the green, really a nice calf. I really like this one. He balances extremely well for me. You know, as you study him, he's really straight down his lines, really level and good out of his hip. Here's one that balances pretty good as you analyze him up through his front end. You get him set into motion. He's one that's got some flexibility and some give to his joints, and one that when I get my hands on him, I think he's adequate in terms of the amount of condition he has. You've got to realize that we're getting into the upper 14s, 15. We had one young lady steer here break the 1,600-pound barrier, which is fine. We killed a lot of those cattle in this nation during the summer. But you know, kind of finding these kind that kind of hit us in terms of the balance and the kind of them. I really like that steer. I think he's pretty good. You know, if you could change him, you might just give him a little more center rib shape as you study him in terms of the curvature to his rib and up to his forerib. But that's a real nice balanced calf right there. I like just the feed ability and just the kind of the one that the young lady's showing here in the middle. One that is a little bit more moderate in terms of his frame, one that balances good for us. He's really adequate in terms of muscle, really good in terms of the way he handles. She's done a really nice job of presenting this one as well. As I kind of study him and compare him to the three out here, he's probably not quite as mobile as the other two, but there's a lot of quality, a lot of carcass merit in this one, I believe, so she's done a tremendous job. And then this steer directly in front of me now that this young man's showing, this one is kind of unique, actually, when you study him. I think he comes to us at just at a nick over 1,500 pounds, and when you get your hands on this one, he is all muscle. And this one is a really high cutability kind of steer, and as you study him in terms of the muscle shape that comes right out of his shoulder, down his top, and into his lower quarter and stifle, there's one that really gives you a lot of muscle shape. I think he's going to hang a tremendous carcass just in terms of muscle and yield. One that I think is, again, handles good enough down his top and over his last rib. And really, when you get him set into motion, here's one that kind of holds it together as well. He balances good for me. He kind of hits the ground on all fours and does a nice job that way. He wants to drop just a nick at his pins every once in a while, but there's one that I think's in adequate condition and sure muscular for this class. So really three good steers here at the top end of this class. I like the young man steer that I just discussed to be first in this class. Son, if you want to bring him out. We're going to follow with the young lady's calf here in the green. She's going to be second in this class, and then, honey, if you'd bring your calf in for third. I think really a nice trio of individuals up here to start off this class with. Really like this young man's steer coming out in fourth. He told me I was taking too long, so he let him lay down on me and get a little nap in while I was messing around there. But he's done a really nice job. I kind of like this steer, actually. To me, he's one that if you kind of had a feedlot full of them, I think you'd kind of like. He's really, really sound. He's really long-bodied, really long hip. Sure has enough muscle to him, and he's done a really nice job of feeding this one as well. To me, as I compare him to the 3 steers above him, and you can kind of see on that side profile, he just doesn't balance quite as well for us, not quite as good through his shoulder. Young man, you've done a nice job today. Congratulations. Next young man comes out. Here's another steer again. This sure fat. He's done a nice job of feeding him. He's got some muscle shape to him. When we get this one set into motion, he kind of wants to roll up a little bit and he's top. He's just not as fluid as we get him on the go. But this young man's done a really nice job here. Doesn't balance quite as well for me again, but a really good kind of end product, kind of feed and steer here in that position. The next young lady, I think you can kind of like this steer from the side profile. One that's sure long-bodied, long-hipped, kind of a high cutability steer again. As I analyze him and compare him to some of the steers ahead of him, he's probably the one that's the hardest to the touch for me. So not quite as sure about him getting into that choice grade maybe, but one that is sure muscular and thick-made, a good calf here. Here's the big boy in the class, 1,600-pound steer. This is this young lady's first year showing as well, and she's done a tremendous job. She's got him presented well, one that's been fed extremely well. He's just getting a little bit big for us, but deep-bodied, good feeding, big, thick top, muscular calf. Maybe doesn't balance quite as well for us, but one that sure she's done a nice job with. Congratulations, honey. Here's my hog showman coming out next. This is his first year too, but I tell you what, he's done a nice job of presenting this calf. He's done a lot of work with this one. One that doesn't balance quite as well for me. A little higher in his top maybe as we get him set into motion, a little plainer and nondescript in his muscle shape, but one that this young man's done a nice job feeding. He's got him kind of at 12 o'clock from that perspective and done a good job. Really like this young lady. She's done a great job too. This one is thick-made and muscular. He just doesn't balance quite as well as some of those steers above him. She's done a real nice job, though, of presenting him and getting him to this point, and I want to congratulate her as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been my privilege to be here. I sure appreciate the opportunity to be here. Safe travels to all of you, and God bless you. We're pulling for all of them. So give this class another nice round of applause. Thank you.
Certainly like, once again, to thank our judge of this afternoon, Mr. Matt Lewis. I think he's done an outstanding job for all of us here this afternoon. Give him a nice round of applause, please. Results of Class 4. 9th is Zoe Sneed. 8th, Logan Stockton. 7th, Michaela Gilbert. 6th, Lacey Joe Condon. 5th, Clay White. 4th, Cale Churches. 3rd, Cadence Dyer. 2nd, Abby Scholes, and first place is Blake Bruns. We will take just a short break to get everybody's picture taken at the backdrop back behind the scenes, and then we'll move into our award ceremony here shortly.
I'll just make sure we've got everybody here. Molly, will you just make sure they raise your hand when I call your name, okay? Blake Bruns, Abby Scholes, Faith Miller, Clay White, Tyler Thompson, Lacey Jo Condon, Erica Morrison, Charles Jones, Evan Smith, Logan Stockton, Jaden Cleven, Kale Churches, Bria Mills, Hayden Heiser, Wyatt Harrison, Wyatt Jarman, Evan Clark, Mary Amoroso, Taylor Seeley, Nick Haley, Abby Bernhardt, Natalie Parks, Ivory Lorimore, Braden Lorimore, Michaela Gilbert, Zoe Sneed, Delaney Newby, Caden Steyer, Andrew Eben, Alice Zuber, Caden Lair, Canyon Cathcart, Trinity Bolger, Lily Vermeer. Is Lily here? Oh, perfect. Okay, good job, guys. We're all here. I'll just do a quick little thing really quick. I just want to thank everybody so much. For those of you who don't know, I'm Clancy Anderson. I'm the livestock coordinator here at the National Western. I actually did this program when I was a senior in high school, so the fact that we're here making this happen in an absolutely unique way because of a lot of people that are, all here, including all of the participants and the families and the sponsors and the committee. There's just so many, even my friends, some of my good friends from home that have nothing to do with National Western, came to rally and make this happen. So we had our camera guy flying from Montana. I mean, there's just a lot of, our scale guy drove all the way from Oklahoma just to weigh 34 head of steers. So pretty special. A lot of people love this program. I know I'm probably, reiterating myself a lot, but I truly, truly appreciate just everybody's grace and understanding and patience and just love for the National Western and for the Catch Calf program. So we will get our awards started. Afterwards, we will have a time gap between the end of the awards and the beginning of the sale. For those of you that want to start loading out, we are ready for that, but obviously you have to stick around for the sale. So just keep your steer tied up at your stall, and then like we went over in the exhibitor meeting yesterday, we will come and pull you for the sale and be back at your stall right around 4:30, 4:15, 4:30. And then after the conclusion of the sale, we will restart the move out again, and we'll make sure you guys get out. We trust you guys to police yourselves. We do suggest you just go to the same door that you loaded in at to go back to, or one that's close by. So yeah, thank you guys very much. Huge thank you to Molly and Amy right here. They're the superintendents of this program. I probably talk to them more than my parents and my friends and family. So they are just absolute gems that continue to make this program happen, along with our Catch a Calf committee and the board and our leadership here. We would not have been able to be in the National Western Stadium Arena if it wasn't for them. So again, I'm going to shut up and we will get the award ceremony going, and we are ready for Mr. Hales.
Well, thank you, Clancy. And just to let all of you exhibitors know, we will take pictures after each of the award categories. But before we do that, around 2006, a young lady from Lafayette, Colorado, was asked to help with the Catch a Calf program. And like things tend to do that help quickly turn into a superintendent role. National Western Stock Show Catch a Calf program has been so blessed by Molly Kyle. She truly has become a superhero for this program. Molly has devoted countless hours to making sure Catch a Calf happens. In 15 years, she's read a lot of sponsor letters, answered 1 million record book questions, stopped many parents from throttling their kid, answered who knows how many emails, and most importantly, was there to see the youth succeed. Anyone that knows Molly appreciates her organizational skills and focus on details. She is a wonderful team member, always offering to jump in whenever. She is a caring, compassionate person to have in your corner. As much as she loves Catch a Calf, Molly's greatest joy is her family, Along with her husband, John, Molly has 5 beautiful children: Ace, Allie, Aspen, Axel, and Avon. As her children have become more active, Molly decided that 2021 was the year to hang up her superintendent cape. The Ketchikan Committee and the National Western Stock Show would like to recognize Molly for her incredible years of service to Ketchikan and also present her with some tokens of thanks. And I will tell you from a very personal note, as a past participant of this program, I certainly appreciate Molly an awful lot. And I know everybody around that's around or even watching online certainly appreciates you, and the Ketchikan program will certainly miss you. So once again, please congratulate and thank Miss Molly Kyle for her years of service. Once again, thank you a ton, Molly. An outstanding job since 2006. Thank you very, very much. We're going to move right into the award ceremony, and usually we give belt buckles as the show is going on. This particular time, we're going to give them afterwards, and so we're going to start with the Showmanship Awards, and these belt buckles are sponsored by the Stowe-Whitwer family. And so out of Class 1, first place was Blake Bruns. You can go ahead and make your way to get your buckle. Second in that class is Abby Scholes. Out of Class 2, first place was Erica Morrison. Second was Lacey Jo Condon. And out of Class 3, first place Sorry, I'm bad at reading. Out of Class 3, first place was Caden Lair. And second was Cale Churches. My apologies, we had a short little mix-up there. Second in that class was Wyatt Harrison. Moving into our live placings, and these plaques were sponsored by the Peebles family. So out of Class 1, Hayden Heiser wins that class. Out of Class 2, Tyler Thompson. Out of Class 3 is Erica Morrison. And out of Class 4 is Blake Bruns. We'll read the seconds here as well. Out of Class 1, second in that class was Faith Miller. Second out of Class 2 is Caden Lair. Out of Class 3 is Natalie Parks. And out of Class 4, second was Abby Scholes. We'll now move into our special award. The Hawkins family from Atwood, Kansas has had 3 daughters participate in a Catch a Calf program. They are big supporters of the program and have encouraged others from their county to participate. To recognize the hard work of this year's participants, the Hawkins family has engraved leather picture frames for all participants. Thank you to the Hawkins family for your support and dedication to this program. As the participant's name is read, if they could please come forward to receive their award. Abby Bernhardt. Abby Scholes. Alice Zuber. Andrew Eben. Blake Bruns. Braden Lorimore. Bria Mills, Cale Churches, Charles Jones, Clay White, Delaney Newby, Erica Morrison, Evan Clark, Evan Smith, Faith Miller, Hayden Heiser, Ivory Lorimore, Jaden Clevin, Caden Lair, Cadence Dyer, Canyon Cathcart, Lacey Jo Condon, Lily Vermeer, Logan Stockton, Michaela Gilbert, Mary Amoroso, Natalie Parks, Nicholas Haley, Taylor Seeley, Trinity Bulger, Tyler Thompson, Wyatt Harrison, Wyatt Jarman, and Zoe Sneed. The next award that we'll move into is the Herdsman Award. The Herdsman Award is awarded to an exhibitor who has exemplified the dedication and work ethic that is shown in many parts of our agriculture industry. These youth have put in hours honing these skills and bettering themselves both in and out of the barn. Jim Perry Memorial Award for the Ketchikan Herdsman will remain in the possession of the National Western Stock Show and be displayed in the livestock office. Each year, the winning herdsman's name will be added to the plaque. The recipient also receives a belt buckle sponsored by the Colorado Elks Association and Kenny Burns. This year's herdsman was nominated by their peers, and the Herdsman Award goes to Lacey Joe Condon, whose sponsor is Kenny and Teresa Burns. Next award is the Sponsor Relations Award. Sponsor Relations is an important part of developing these exhibitors into well-rounded members of society. Communication skills are a vital part of any industry, and we are grateful that these exhibitors are able to learn those skills through the Ketchikan program. Our sponsor for our Sponsor Relations division is Olivia Barden. She was a participant in the 2013-2014 Ketchikan program and was recognized as the winner of this award. This award category, Olivia credits the Ketchikan program with developing organization and leadership skills that have carried over and enhanced her experiences in many other activities. Olivia is excited about the opportunity to continue to support the program by sponsoring these awards. Thank you, Olivia, for her continued support of the Ketchikan program. In 10th place in Sponsor Relations is Faith Miller. 9th place is Natalie Parks. 8th place is Wyatt Harrison. 7th is Mary Amoroso. 6th is Jaden Clevin. 5th is Mr. Blake Bruns. 4th is Erica Morrison. 3rd place, Abby Scholes. 2nd, Zoe Sneed. 'And the champion exhibitor in the Sponsor Relations category is Clay White. The next division that we'll move into is the record book division, and the record-keeping portion of the production phase equates to 40% of their overall score. Each contestant completes a separate record book, which helps them understand the economics, nutrition, and proper health care and feeding of a calf. All of these skills learned through this portion of the program are essential for many facets of life. Participants in the Ketchikan program will have an advantage later because they learn these skills early on. Ribbons are provided to contestants in the record book category placing 10th or higher. Awards are provided for the top 3 record books, and these awards are sponsored by Alicia Downing and Rob DeVoter of Wiley, Colorado. Thank you, Rob and Alicia, for your support of the program. 10th place is Zoe Sneed. 9th, Mary Amoroso. 8th is Faith Miller. 7th is Wyatt Jarman. And there is actually a tie for 5th and 6th. Within that tie, there is Tyler Thompson. And also tying for 5th is Abby Scholes. Fourth place is Erica Morrison. Third place is Clay White. Second is Wyatt Harrison. And in first place of our record book category, Blake Bruns is first place. We'll now move into the interview division, and the Catch a Calf participants take part in an interview process. The process is worth 20% of their overall score. The participants had to give a 2-minute speech on how has Catch a Calf helped you to overcome the obstacles and challenges of 2020, and spend the remaining 3 minutes answering questions from the judges. The judges' scores were averaged to get the overall interview score. First through 10th place receive ribbons. First through 3rd place will receive a banner sponsored by Brooklyn Salo. Thank you to Brooklyn for your sponsorship of this award area. We have a tie for 9th and 10th, and within that tie, there's Tyler Thompson, also tying for 9th is Taylor Seeley. We have another tie, a 3-way tie for 6th. Within that tie is Abby Scholes, Andrew Eben, and Zoe Sneed. 5th place is Evan Clark. 4th place is Michaela Gilbert. 3rd place is Natalie Parks. 2nd place is Nicholas Haley. And first place in the interview portion is Blake Bruns. At this time, we will recognize the top 15 individuals in the production phase of the Catch a Calf program. These scores are determined by combining points from the industry index, which includes final weight, feed efficiency, and cost of gain, sponsor relations, and record books. The overall winner of the production phase will receive a belt buckle sponsored by the Ed Snell family of Wheatland, Wyoming. The second overall production phase winner receives a belt buckle in memory of Jim and Doris Coaster, longtime supporters of this program. The buckle is donated by the Colorado Elks Association. Thank you to both of those sponsors for your support of the Catch a Calf program. Fifteenth place is Cadence Dyer from Wellington, Colorado. 14th is Michaela Gilbert from Wiggins, Colorado. 13th is Taylor Seeley from Brighton, Colorado. 12th is Wyatt Jarman from Rosette, Wyoming. 11th is Faith Miller from Mullen, Nebraska. 10th, Jaden Clevin from Laramie, Wyoming. 9th is Wyatt Harrison from Basin, Wyoming. 8th is Tyler Thompson from Blair, Nebraska. 7th is Mary Amoroso from Lakewood, Colorado. 6th is Natalie Parks from Calhan, Colorado. 5th is Erica Morrison from Cimarron, Kansas. 4th place is Clay White from Pierce, Nebraska. 3rd place is Zoe Sneed from Fort Morgan, Colorado. 2nd place from Loomis, Nebraska, Abby Scholes. And 1st place from North Platte, Nebraska, Blake Bruns. The original hope with the Catch a Calf program was to raise tomorrow's producers. Teaching the importance for the production side of agriculture is an integral part of this program. Through proper care and management, these exhibitors are raising a meat animal that will eventually find its way into the food supply. Encouraging these proper care and management practices helps to ensure the safety of our consumers. The carcass phase of the contest will be completed following the processing of these steers. Additional premiums will be paid to the top 15 contestants, and the highest scoring member will receive a special award sponsored by the Bill Wanaka family. Thank you to the Bill Wanaka family for your support of this award area. An overall Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Catch a Calf participant are selected by placing highest within their combined scores from their record book, sponsor relation letters, interview, production phase, live placing, and showmanship with a highest possible score of 160 points. The calves must be placed in the top 4 of their live placing class in order to qualify for Grand or Reserve Champion overall. They will receive the honor of selling live virtually at a special Catch a Calf auction to be held this evening at 5 p.m. These 2 individuals are, with a score of 151.82 points, the Reserve Champion Catch a Calf is exhibited by Abby Scholes. That calf is sponsored by the Anderson family and Jeff Blair. They will receive a jacket sponsored by the Despain family. And the Grand Champion Catch a Calf earned a total of 154.9 points and is exhibited from North Platte, Nebraska, Mr. Blake Bruns. The calf is sponsored by Mike and Eve Pugh, They will also receive a jacket sponsored by the Lucky Cross Ranch. Congratulations to those two exhibitors. We just want to thank everyone who participated in this year's program, and we know that it was a unique year, and we appreciate you all from the bottom of our hearts. We commend each of you on your hard work, dedication, grit, and tenacity throughout this whole process. We hope that these skills and others will carry you long into each of your bright futures. Best of luck wherever you may go in life. For those of you interested in participating in a Catch a Calf program for next year's stock show, you can still turn in an application through the National Western Stock Show Livestock website until January 15th. A drawing will be held to select the 40 participants who will receive their calves in May and show them here in January of 2022 at the 116th National Western Stock Show. Youth must be 4-H members from Colorado, Wyoming, Kansas, or Nebraska, and be between the ages of 12 and 18 as of December 31st of 2020. The success of the Catch a Calf program over the years has been due to the cooperation of the National Western Stock Show, the sponsors, extension programs, and hundreds of members and families working together. This year, we are especially thankful that the program was able to conclude with a show. Congratulations to all of our participants on a job well done. Thank you for watching. Be sure to return at 5 p.m. to watch the auction. And lastly, on a personal note, I will tell you, just want to certainly thank the entire Catch a Calf program and the National Western Stock Show for allowing this to happen. For those of you exhibitors, for those of you parents and support members, if you see anybody that has helped put this on, please give them a gigantic thank you.
All right, guys, we're going to get a bird's eye view picture, a group picture up here. Usually we scrunch everyone really close together, but are you going to be able to get them all in the shot? Okay. Okay. So everybody look at the camera. Just don't forget where you left it.
Also, I'll say this while we're taking the picture. To any of the Elks-sponsored youth, please meet at the backdrop after the conclusion of the pictures so you can get another picture over there at the backdrop with the Elks-sponsored kids.
Are you good, Megan? Smile. We're making history, guys. It's pretty cool. All right. Well done. Woo! Again, parents, we'll monitor the loadout by yourselves. Again, just please be back at your stalls about 4:15 for the sale. Congratulations, and thank you guys very, very much.